10 minutes time at 10 a.m. Eastern, we expect comments from Fed's Harker, who participates in a fireside chat about second chance employment. There is no text expected, but there will be a Q&A.
You guys hear me? What's up? Good morning, good morning. I'm very curious to see how we react into this like 503, 510 area on NQ and this 94 area on ES. Kind of my main looks right now to let us know if we're going to need to do the full gap fill or if we can hold a higher low. So our pivots from previous session and were our targets yesterday if we had broken back over 84 on ES, which 94 was our target. So really just watching to see how we react here.
Fed's Harker says inflation is still too high. we have started seeing comments from Fed's Harker.
Yeah, you definitely would. You need a pushback over 28. Excuse me. First zones are coming up in like 30 seconds, not even. So far bouncing off our 10s again on NQ. We need to see a push over 28. Small little auction right now. 94 is still holding on ES. Russell leading down for the first time. We'll have to watch what happens 90. We want to see the Russell be able to reclaim this system. You took the 10 trade. This is your first risk off into the top of the range. We want to see a recovery of 27.25 for push back up. There it is, right into PPC. We want to see a push above and the ability to hold this as supportive. And I'll look over 36. Hustle into our pivot now. Need to see it reclaim that, or this is just your reoffer. Again, traded right up to PT on NQ. Just watching now to see if we can hold higher end of this range that we've developed at the lows.
Fed's Harker says the jury is out on whether artificial intelligence will boost productivity.
The jury is out.
US to urge Dutch to curb ASML chip making tools in China.
How's my audio on YouTube? Sound levels okay? I need to raise the news spot, lower the music. Or are we good? Take that as we're good. Okay.
The US imposes fresh Iran-related sanctions according to the Treasury Department website, and US sanctions target multiple oil tankers.
Good place to risk off again into 27.25 if you are buying these lows. Nothing's changed so far. I want to see a supportive hold over 27.25 on NQ for a push back up to 36s. This is our edge as of right now. We need to see acceptance above. We have liquidity resting at 29s on NQ above us. Really need to see the Russell back over 19. Still hitting our head on this resistance above us. Tesla full PVZ rotation. We want to see a hold over 169.34 for any more upside. Here's our first look. I'd love to see this retest and then bounce. Why is there no volume profile on this? There we go. Russell back into resistance here. Again, need to see that push above. Jesus. Excuse me. Morning, Rory. We really want to see NQ buyers willing to defend this value low. I think if they fail here, we're coming back down to like 503, 510. So we really want to see value low hold here on this test. Is the profile off on this one as well? Strange. Back to our pivot at 27s. Need to see a look above here. We don't want to see a lower high. The lower high was bad. Testing our value low here as resistance on NQ. We want to see this look above hold. Another stack buy signal at the lows. risking off one here as we pop up. Stop the stack buy signals into our 10s. Need to see the lift over 27.25. Not supportive for any more upside, or this is just our range.
So taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 66 out of 100 equaling greed. And for the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 70 out of 100 equaling greed. And for the VIX, it's down 3.07%. It's down 3.07% at 13.88. In 10 minutes time at 10:30 AM Eastern, we have the EIA natural gas change with a forecast draw of 42 BCF and on the prior a draw of 36 BCF.
Watching Tesla into 169.34. We want to see a supportive hold. Russell needs to find this low. There's liquidity being offered down at 12.7. Keeps flashing. But as soon as we find the RTY low and then recover value low, we'll be in a much better position to call a bottom. NQ still flirting with this 10. But again, like until RTY finds this low, it's going to be very hard to get anything. Isn't just like 15-point scalp for NQ. Yes, I mean, it's untradeable right now. It's a 3-point range. You're just looking for this value low to hold at 97.50, or we're going to head down to 94s. Target above is 302.25 value. Not a ton to speak on, again, until the Russell shows this low, firms it. Very clearly defined range on it. If a buyer steps in here at our Globex VWAP on NQ, or if we're going to need to keep going down, again, until the Russell finds this low, expect more downside. watch Tesla into this 69.34. But everything kind of coming back down to our view ups here. ES into 93.94. And we're pushing now into that Russell liquidity potentially at 12.7. So far, bouncing off of our liquidity that was offered on RTY and our 94 on ES, but still no confirmation of downtrend break. Need to see a bit more of a lift for any sort of validity. Yeah, that was good.
In 5 minutes time at 10:30 AM Eastern, we have the EIA natural gas change with a forecast draw of 42 BCF and a prior draw of 36 BCF.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
You're playing longs off the liquidity offered on the Russell and ES into 94s. This is your first risk off as we come up the retest value on RTY. Loss of momentum here can result in a failure to get back in. Right? So we're watching now this where sellers try to be active. stops up to at least break even. I would say as we push into this, this is where sellers will attempt our value low edge. We want to see buyers be able to push us back above and show a supportive bid or anything more. Russell coming in now to value low with NQ. What's up, Nick?
One minute remaining.
I'm out 2 here. Watching to see if 10s can be recovered, if the Russell can hold this. So I found this 12.7 level by just looking at the DOM and seeing where liquidity kept flashing. When we were up here, and that ended up being our low. So it's like we could see where limits were being put on in large size, and they were continuing to flash. We don't know if this is going to hold, but it showed where buyers were willing to show an offer at least. We now need to wait to see if we can recover
10
our
seconds.
value low for a pushback up, or if this will be our hard resistance. When we can find areas where the Russell is finding that low and we have confluence on multiple indices, it's always worth
Draw 37
looking.
BCF. Draw 37 BCF.
Like
That's higher than expected.
yes into
Which will draw
94s with
42
this,
BCF.
where we attempt to see a low. And then we get our NQ buy on our stack signal and our reversal signal as well. Just adding confluence, but again, not too much more here until we can reclaim 10s and push back above our POC here at 17 or 18. Just looking to see if the Russell has anything left in it. Did you attempt it? That didn't work. Okay, so you waited.
We
You
have
didn't
posted out
attempt the
weekly
10s,
EIA
the
natural
4 attempts that it
exchange
did
report
work.
on the feed for all those interested.
And then you got trapped on the other side. But you gotta remember just confluence, right? So you took a long when Rory was taking that short. Why do you think Rory took a short on the failure there? Well, the level is only going to hold for, you know, so many times. There's only so much liquidity that's being offered. So when we see basically like these 10s, we're seeing lower highs step in and lower lows stepping in, right? We need to see a strong bid and hold over this POC for more upside. When we start to see this weakness, you can look to flip. When we don't see the same bid that we saw on all of the previous attempts, you can exit that position, and this is why he shorted, is that our 10s became our offer. We saw them step down on the DOM. And at the same time, we see that Russell weakness. Let me see if I can show you on the mouse. This is on a 15-second chart on NQ, so it's a bit different. You see how at the same time, actually, let me do this. I'll highlight this. At the same time, we're going to put mark on all of these. You see how ES has broken below our value here, retests, and then pushes down? On the Russell. So we're no longer respecting this low. that's something to keep in mind, is like when all of the indices are moving together and we see that they're all breaking what was a supportive level, and we see that weakness, we shouldn't attempt until we see that push above, right? Until we see that supportive level show again. I think it's totally fine trying at 10s, but you need to know that if we don't see bids across the board, that weakness is going to play into a much larger fall. I think I was talking about that on stream. Definitely gonna have to go back to the VOD. But this break of value on ES and RTY is just like, okay, well, we need to be respectful of that because the Russell is leading to the down. And I don't think, like, again, your stop out of where you stopped on your shorts, I think would have been a fine entry to reverse your play, right? Like, you saw that it wasn't working. There's no reason to not feel like you can't inverse that trade if need be. No, I mean, like, where your stop is. Why are you stopping out of that trade if you think it's like, you think it's going to continue down, right? Like, just because the long didn't work, the long not working can give validity to the short working. Either buyers are there or they're not. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but you could have, yeah. Or you can just wait for confluence on everything, right? Like when we have levels, we've been watching this ES94, and we saw the liquidity being offered at the 12.7 on RTY. It's like when things all come into a low together, we also have stacked, right? Which will show us potential reversals. You see how there's no stack signal here for a reversal play on this one, but there were on all of the other ones into this low. So like the price action didn't support a push up. So if you wait for pivots that also have these and we have confluence across the board, like that might be something to keep an eye on. If you're uncomfortable, or if you don't know what you need for a breakout or for something to hold. Yeah, exactly. I think that's perfectly fine. Like you said, the stop was there because my idea invalidated if that price went there. True, right? So now it's like that zone where you were looking for a buyer can now be where you're looking for sellers to defend. Does that make sense? We didn't see the buyer there that they needed to be. So those buyers are either 1, offsides, 2, no longer present and now sellers. Right, so that level still has importance. A supportive level that then pierces below, we then look for sellers to be above and reoffer in that same area. That gives you a break of our current balance and acceptance below, right? If buyers, think this, we're still shopping in the same areas. That's why I'm talking about this, because I think it's important. If we're no longer seeing buyers willing to be active in this tail low, this distribution, and we see, you know, attempt after attempt, buy, but if we see a pierce below and then an offer in here, and we can't get back into this distribution, all of a sudden we have a failure at our low of this range, right? A breach below balance, and now our offer is holding this edge. If they're doing that, that is showing acceptance below, right? So you have like two options. You can either look for a short there, like Rory did, or you can wait for a push back above this area, right? Above an acceptance back into this side, and then play off the same tail again once we see a supportive bid step in and show its hand. We need to see that reclaimed and that value edge found again for a rotation back up in this distribution at the highs. What we see here is just a pierce below this tail this then becoming our resistance, and then a push down. I don't think it was a bad trade or a bad trade to attempt, and I'm glad you had a stop, right? But there are things that you can look at to kind of have an idea of where price is going to go. Like, are we still accepting? What needs to happen for price to move? What happened on the previous attempts that price didn't move, right? On everything else. Was the Russell holding? Was ES respecting the range? Have we seen a shift at all in any of these things? That can give you a bit more confluence to let you know if things are going to hold or not. Hopefully that's helpful and you don't feel berated. We're watching Russell here to let us know if NQ is going to be able to bottom out. Russell into our major pivot at the 1770 to 19.1. We watch to see how the reoffer is. Like we have drawn here, we had our flag at our value low, acceptance back in. We're now trading back up to POC. We're watching to see if this acts as our high again, with NQ and ES testing at the low of the ranges, with the Russell at the high of the range. If the Russell can show a supportive bid up here, that allows NQ and ES to have a bit more room to the upside. If the Russell rejects here, we have a decent amount of potential for NQ and ES to make new lows, right? We need to see the willingness from RTY to show acceptance up at these highs and show higher lows in this channel that's starting to develop up here at the highs. We want to see the ability for the Russell to start bidding. If Russell fails up here and NQ and ES are already showing weakness, it's like, okay, well, the Russell now can hold this range and it now has a ton more room to the downside, whereas NQ and ES are already at the lows. So if these reject, think about just like our move. The Russell can still maintain this low and still have weakness, but ES and NQ will be making new lows if this rotation occurs. So we really want to see a supportive bid step in here and recover this level as support for a push out. If that happens, that then allows more upside for NQ and ES. That's that relationship that I talk about with the Russell. It's like understanding where these pivots are and what to expect, both downside and upside, if we see that relation, that oscillation occur. Understand your risk if we do reject here. What does that mean for ES and NQ? Where could we go? If this can break out and show a supportive bid, where can NQ and ES go? Where was our previous value before that? Right? That gives you an upside target and a downside target and allows you to kind of figure out if you're willing to put on risk at that point, if it makes sense. I play these ranges on higher time frame for swing, like 4 hour, 1 hour, and daily. I think if you're going to focus on that, we have a higher time frame chart. What you care about for swing is you want to see this 94 to 300 area hold for longs for continuation, and then we can look for a push back up to 13s. If we can't find acceptance here, you are going to be better off waiting for a push back down to our 80.84, which is our value high from yesterday. This area becomes incredibly important if this low at 94 doesn't hold. So yes, you can on not the individual levels, but we have some main levels to play off of. So what we know is that we have now recovered this previous balance that we were talking about yesterday before that major sell-off. We are now holding this area as supportive as of right now on ES. So that is a major level that you can play off to look for longs, understanding that we are found acceptance back up at these highs. But if this level doesn't hold, then we have the chance to then trade back in this range that's here, right? If we don't hold this high, we expect a retest at least to the bottom of this range. So understanding that that 94 level, if it's invalidated, we are going to at least move through this balance area that I have marked. And then we look to see how we react into 84s. But I think 84s and 94s are both areas to look for. They're incredibly important levels. So I think in that sense, you can definitely play off of the edges. Just understand where your invalidations are, right? We know that if 94s don't hold, there's a high chance that we're going to at least retrace half of the gap that was created in the overnight session. So if 94s don't hold and 84s don't hold, right, this 80 to 84, our gap fill for overnight session is down at 70. So we have quite a bit of structure that we can repair here if this area doesn't hold and this area doesn't hold on ES. We can come all the way back down, find a basing here, and then make this move back up. So that's why we're being really careful at this low and understanding that this is our edge. Tesla so far holding our pivots, making new high. Just broke our ETH high, which is great. We would love to see this value shift happen, where on this pierce above, we're now able to hold the highs and then get a pop. If we can't breach and hold this ETH high, which is our overnight high, there's a solid chance that we come back down to test this basing. We're keeping an eye here up at our 170.65. Seeing if we can build out above our overnight high or that continuation up. The little white arrows are stacked. Stacked gives you a rebid reversal line, a trend cloud, break of structure, change of character, as well as targets. And then it gives you reversal signals. It has a pancake for a symbol. And here, I'll show you in the invite only. It's called this right here, structure ATR cloud with targets, or stacked. And when used with our PVZ, it has a ton of really great functionality. It has a lot of synergy with it. The three main ones right now for us are Patty, Stacked, and PVZ. PVZ has reversals, potential reversals built in to let you know that mean reversion is likely and where to look, which is back to your PVZ level. And it's these little symbols. Stacked are price action based reversal signals. When we see price action that looks like it has potential, we have basically patterns built in that are like, hey, this looks like it could be bearish, this could be bullish, right? And then it prints a symbol for your time frame. And then PVZ gives you where our value levels are found for that range. So when you use all three together, it gives you an idea of, one, where potential reversals are likely happening, where we're headed, right, back up to our anchored VWAP for the period, as well as our value levels. And that becomes your target for said reversal. And if you look on these, on the stacked and on the symbol, this line is your invalidation. So you're looking for this to hold, for this to play. Each one prints with that. So you'll see this reversal symbol here. The invalidation is down here at 13 for the reversal signal. These have much larger areas for invalidation, whereas the stack signal will print and put a line, the dotted yellow line, at the bottom or the basing of that candle that it printed on. So it's a much smaller area of risk. Sorry, I'm kind of losing my voice. A lot of talking this week. About that time. Yeah. This is why we don't have classes on Thursdays usually, because my voice is gone by then. Alright, just let Mario talk. Easy. So you can see we're back to this value low edge here on NQ. We need to see acceptance back above this 505, 510 area for any sort of more upside. We also have our anchored VWAP for this period showing us that sellers are in control. There's not too much more here until we can see that push above. So we're going to need to see that Russell be able to flag in this high. If this breaks down, right, it's going to cause a much larger move to the downside. And for ES, right, we see our support bid still holding this 94 and trying to really defend this low. But we need to see that push back over our 300 here and a recovery of our 302. So what we're looking for is the ability to continue these higher lows here, push over and show an acceptance above, and then a push and hold at our highs. If this can't happen, right, we're going to get that push below our 94s, acceptance here, failure at value low, and then a push down. We're just doing some range rotations while we wait for the Russell to figure out if it wants to break. Really nothing to say. I'd love to see Tesla, again, be able to hold here at our ETH high at 170.65 for this push. So far, doing what we want. Russell is into our pivot now at 19.1. We want to see acceptance above that. Ability to push. And then we can look for our value high in that area. those minis or micros? You're trading 5 minis on your MOC trade. That's crazy. Please be careful. Holy shit. Don't tell Mario that, man. Just keep that to yourself. Delete those messages. Unless you want to get roasted. Don't tell Mario. Delete the evidence. I don't know. I mean, I guess. You know what Mario would say? Sounds like you don't have, why are you trading differently on an eval account than your main account? Sounds like you aren't using the same risk parameters, and what Mario would tell you. Sounds like you're gambling, is what he would say. Why are you comfortable leveraging up on another account? My risk profile is trading 5 mini NQ contracts in the last 10 minutes of the day looking for a squeeze. Huge. I mean, yeah, true. Until it doesn't work. All fun and games until that trade sweeps the opposite direction. Forgot about Crank. That is a different time, man. That movie could not be made today. Like, actually. So it should be pretty clear on a yes that our range is this low and high until we see acceptance. right back in, the ability to hold here, and then we can be bullish, like actually bullish on the day, when we see a hold of our 30-second opening range high as support for a push up to 30. But as of right now, you're just oscillating right in between these two levels. But if we can see this high become supportive, then we can retest our value high and our POC before it shifted down. Actually going to mark this level. It's some importance here. Or edge. We have to watch to see if this will still be our sell side offer. Because if this does happen, right, and we can't reach that, then come down. It is so hard to select lines when you have rectangles. What is... Sorry.
The US to sell $70 billion in 6-month bills on
UPVZ
April 8th to
just
settle on
opened.
April 11th, and sell $70 billion in 3-month bills on April 8th to settle on April 11th. They're to sell $39 billion in reopened 10-year notes on April 10th to settle on April 15th, and $58 billion in 3-year notes on April 9th to settle on April 15th. And to sell $22 billion reopened 30-year bonds on April 11th to settle on April 15th.
Okay. This is a super important retest here across the board. RTY into our previous value low at 17.7. We want to see a supportive bid be able to step in here and push us up, or this will kind of be the end of our chance to break out, at least short term, right? We want to see this flag be able to lift here. If this pushes below, then we know we're headed back down to 15. Same thing for ES. Want to see this 95.75 and our value low edge continue to hold, ideally, and we want to see a push back above that 99.25, 99.50 area for a push back up to our value high. And for NQ, very similar thing, right? We want to just see buy side's willingness to defend, push us back above 2 for a push to 10. You don't really want to see it go much lower than this LVN tier at 98.50. We really want to see a bid step in and push this back over 501.75, or it seems like we're just going to traverse back down to the lows. So looking for a bid to step in here. Remember, we need the Russell to find this low for validity. If we've lost momentum on the thing that's carrying us, then it's going to be really hard. Really hard. Get much more. Watching our reactions into 95.75 here. Yes, exactly, Aram. Wait for RTY to show weakness, watch our pivots, and then look to take trades once we see that loss of momentum. Yeah, you'll notice that a lot of the times, like ES and NQ will just do their full rotations as we wait for the Russell to figure out directionality at its pivot. And then that can give you opportunities to basically get back in at the lows repeatedly. As long as you're like respecting our RTY pivots. Until we see that breakdown, that'll give you your like positive alarm. When we actually are unable to see a supportive bid step in and like the trend continue. But like these range rotations are so commonplace while we wait for like everything to, the only way the market seems to like move nowadays is because we've had a mixed market on tech. Like you need everything together to move. Like you can catch some micro rotations just like watching Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, finding those local pivots, and then play on NQ for like, I don't know, 10 points. But like you're not going to get anything really more than that until we see everything kind of coming together. Bounce. So there's definitely like still validity in some of the tech names, but it's just so much more worth just waiting for everything to come down into key levels. The day that Riley breaks 23 early. The forever top on this thing. Talk about a stock that just range rotates. Watching the Russells comes down into our pivot here at 15.5. Immediate bounce off 15.5, R94s on Q. Giving a nice little small scalp. Need to see a push and hold over our 501.75. I don't want to just be our choppy range. Good first risk off, if you're playing off the Russell pivots. Need to see acceptance over this. I'm just gonna say 502. I'm about to say all those numbers again. 502. Watch for the Russell bottom in this area. You see liquidity continue to flash here. I'm gonna delete this now that we've seen this move play. We either see acceptance back over 15.5 here, or a push back down to this 12.4, 11.5 area, where we see liquidity. That's a really nice continuation so far. You can see a POC and value high are both developed up here, so it's probably worth showing this area as a zone roll. We know that buyers are going to look to attempt to hold this area, right, and pop off of it, or if we break below POC and it becomes resistance, that we're going to trade back down to the value below. So definitely worth keeping an eye on POC value, the highs. If we see a push below and failure to hold these higher lows, and then a offer, most likely coming back down to that 170.44. But if buyers are willing to defend this, right, we have our POC and our value at the highs. Want to see strong bids off that.
Fed bids for 4-week bills total $268.8 million.
Actually move this 5 to 80. I want to see this hold where we can start traversing down. Ranges above still persist, 90, and I'm just gonna move this to 5. That's not fair. Watching our Russell here into 50. See if our offer holds this. Or another leg down, or if we can breach back above. We filled the imbalance on RTY. Didn't need to go back down to that liquidity as of yet. Just need to watch now to see if we get continuation or not off of the hold here. Does this now hold as resistance and push down? Or can we make it supportive, right? Or a bid back up? The high and low zone are a deviation of our value low and high. So they're dynamically changing with each period based off of where our value low and high are. This area. If you read the description on the indicator, on TradingView or inside Discord, I've got a really nice write-up that explains every component of it. Might be worth looking at. So like the way it's designed is we did a ton of back testing and we noticed that this deviation here, I'm not gonna give more details on it, but if if balance is going to persist, these areas become very likely targets for reversions back down to our value. And so this is where our signals will start to form. In a strong trending market, we will see this area, basically our anchored VWAP will continue on, and we will see buyers basically just willing to hold this area, defend it as supportive. And as soon as we breach above this area
a.m. Eastern
and continue to
time, the US
trend
sells
in our
$70
PVZ,
billion in
it's
forward
a
bills, prior bid cover of 2.74 and a prior high yield of 5.285%.
letting this guy talk. It's a really great sign that we aren't going to be looking for reversion trades and that we should continue to just be watching our anchored VWAP for the period, because we have a strong buyer in a supportive trend, and we are not looking for reversions. We are looking for continuation and expansion. But these are areas where you can start to look to risk off or look for potential highs in a market that is showing that it's respecting, like it's in a balanced market, right? You can see in our previous zone on Tesla's a great example because it's trending on the day. Our PVZ zones become a lot less important at the highs. All we're caring about here, because we're in a trending market, is did we hold our value? Are we holding our POC? Are we holding our value high? And is there a supportive trend that's following? These reversion signals don't mean a ton because we're in a trending market that is creating higher lows and higher highs in a channel, right? And so when we see that we're now holding where our reversions are supposed to be happening, if we're in a balanced market and we're still maintaining our anchored VWAP, we know that we're in a supportive and trending market to the upside that is looking for expansion, not balance. These give you an idea of when we're in these areas, how are we interacting with our VWAP? Are we holding it? These reversion signals will only play then if to VWAP, right? Because this is our support. On balanced days, though, this is where you'll look for those reversions. On trending days, this is where we'll look to see if we can get that continuation, and then we just respect our anchored VWAP for that period and use that to hold. What you can start to do, a setup that I really like, is when we're in a trending market, what you're waiting for is a breach back into this zone, this reversal zone, and then our anchored VWAP becoming our resistance, and they look for sell side for a push back down to your value, right? Because that's a clear shift in trend. Does that make sense? So waiting for that breach of where our anchored VWAP is and a push back below our balance is going to give you the best odds for that reversion trade back to value. If we still have a supportive anchored VWAP, right? Like what is that? It's a volume weighted average. We're seeing that buyers are willing to bid higher and higher, and that we have a clear trend to the upside. So until that invalidates, there's really no reason to look for a return back to value. What's up, Gav? I was reading the value reversal zone. It said calculated based on extensions of the zone. What do you like? Read value reversals. So it an extension is just I think it's probably just misworded. It is just a deviation off of our values, the calculation.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $70 billion in 4-week bills, prior bid cover of 2.74 and a prior high yield of 5.285%.
We're just waiting for, I know you just got here, Kev. We're just waiting for direction here from RTY. Either acceptance back above value at 15.5 or a push down to 11.5. Not too sure which one's going to happen first. NQ and ES both at support, just kind of holding very tight ranges. Ideally, ES holds 94s, and ideally, NQ hold this 85 to 80 area. Not incredibly bullish on either until we see push over ES 300s to 510. Our ranges are pretty developed at this point. Just waiting for our Russell reaction here at value low at 15. It's been bad. It hasn't been bad. We just have to be careful where we execute. I mean, if you're trading ES, I can see it being bad. ES has been awful for scalps as of late. Like, if you aren't playing off of a clear edge, it just feels bad. But NQ, I mean, it's just such a better instrument for day trading, in my opinion. I shouldn't say day trading, scalping. Scalping. Difference. ES is definitely day tradable. Yeah, well, I mean, when ES is in a 3-point range and you have 30 points on NQ to play off of, it just doesn't feel great watching the other one. Or being in that ES trade when you could be in that NQ trade.
Shortly expecting the results of the 4-week bill auction, I'll lead with the high yield.
NQ coming into a full range rotation back up to 502. If you are long off of 85s or 94s, right, just this is your risk off. until we see a supportive edge at 502 develop. All right, just very clear range. We want to see acceptance above, with the Russell reclaiming this 15.5 as supportive on a look above, as well as NQ reaching above our 502s. The way I see it is that if it's going to do it, we have a clear LVN here. So we're going to look for a pop, the ability to hold this edge, and then a look above. It's going to show supportive. Probably develop something like that. Space to floor structure. Just keep in mind again, this is our reoffer sell side. ES has a bit more range up to 98.25 if it wants it for the full rotation. And what I mean by that, if it's not clear, that we have a clear range on both of these right now, ES and NQ. We're looking for acceptance outside of the range for continuation. So if we want to see RTY be able to develop here, pop and push. We want to see an ES be able to develop here at our POC, pop and push. If these things can happen, we get upside. If RTY and ES both reject here, it's going to be hard to really say that we're going to get more, at least short term. But the ability to hold our POC as supportive will give us the ability to traverse back up to the highs of our balance. As right now, though, just top of range. So we look for 502 now to become supportive on NQ if this flag is going to hold. Got a rejection right at our LVN that we were talking about. We want to see this lift off of this 502 area. I don't really want to see it go much lower than that if it's going to hold a higher low. If 502 on a look below becomes our offer and holds, right, sellers defend that level and I look below, and we'll most likely rotate back down.
265% bid to cover ratio, 3.13, 3.13. The US sells $70 billion in 4-week bills and awards 79.34% of bids at high.
This is where you look for your reoffer to see if buyers are willing to defend or if it's now going to be sell side for the full range rotation back down. Russell still rejecting our pivot. Watch to see if a reoffer occurs. Russell still attempting. Need to see a bit more. This is Tesla and PT from a hold of 171.36, pushing up to our previous value high. Last attempt here. Need to see acceptance above 72.31 for more upside. NQ still attempting to flag with Russell holding our 1550 ES into our range high. Just waiting for reactions across the board, seeing if we can hold or not. We want to see a look above 10s for validity on a long. Currently just rotating this really small node. But Russell maintaining these highs as of right now. Pushing into our 10s now and then Q. Again, need to see a pop above, and the ability to hold this is supportive, or this will be our resistance, just as before. Watching the Russell as we come back up to previous value low. This 117.7 to 18.5 off of the hold of our 15.5s, just top of our range here on RTY. Again, we just don't want to see a loss of momentum. We want to see a continuation of our higher lows, ability to hold and push. Next target on NQ is this 18. Just as before, off the hold of 10s. Need to see acceptance above 18 so we can trade back up to our high value. About 1 here. Looking for acceptance above for that push to our value high on NQ if it's going to do it. Just watching for Russell, any sort of loss of momentum. As of right now, things look okay.
Canadian PM Trudeau says the government has no plans to raise taxes on the middle class in the April budget.
You guys need me to change anything commentary-wise, or are we good? Levels good. Pathing good. Explanation good. Or no? Remember to ask questions if you don't understand what I'm saying. French accent? Maybe if you were a tier 3 sub, man. You're asking a lot with that tier 1. Tesla is moving today. Watch it. At this point, we're really just watching to see if RTY can hold this 17 to like 1580 area. 17 being our 30-second opening range low. We'd love to see a supportive bid hold here, and 1580 just kind of being our short-term pivot. 17 again, our 30-second ORL. Actually, it's It is crazy that it is 39 degrees in I think I stay in this runner as long as 10s are supportive. I don't really see anything to invalidate if the Russell wants to build here and ES wants to build here. Just looking for acceptance back above 19s. Yeah, Tesla's still pushing though. We're just waiting for the Russell to find a low. And we'll see what happens, but there was no follow through at the lows on NQES. 94 is still holding, nothing has changed. Just the Russell lost momentum, right? Now we need to find where that's going to see a buyer. Here's our first target into 2750 to our value high. Yes, into our 301. There it is. Value high. Acceptance back above 301.25 to 302.25, right? Then we'll come back up to, I don't know, 304, our 30-second opening range low. Things look fine, though. Tesla into our next target at 74.03. Still just pumping. So from our chart, remember where we are, right? We're at that 301.75. We're at our value high. For more upside, we're going to want to see this become supportive on a retest Remember, our 30-second opening range is above us, and that is at that 304. So if we can't get over 304, we'll look for this 301.75, 302 area to show us the support, build a flag here, and then be able to push. You get expansion on the hold over 307's larger structure. Yeah, I don't see a reason not. I mean, we're pushing. There's zero sell side pressure at the lows. It just got completely scuffed at 94s. So, I mean, we'll see what happens, but I think we can build here. As of right now, I mean, it looks fine to build. See how we react into value high. You know what to look for if this can't hold, right? On a failure above, we look for offer and acceptance back below our value high, and that will push back down to POC. So just see if we can chop it up here. Your stops up. Understand that if we see a strong sell candle, right, we then look for a reoffer, and then you look for that pullback back to POC, like 98, 99. We're looking for acceptance outside of this range for any sort of continuation. Got to be careful with RTY here. Ideally 17's hold bid, high or low, off the double top. Would be so much more comfortable for continuation. The Russell showed like it cared. Is anyone playing Tesla? The levels today have been stellar.
shortly expecting the results of the Freddie Mac mortgage rate statistics for the US.
Wait, kids, put that in P&L. Thank you. I am to remind you all that we have that channel. Huge trades. Yeah, and close your DMs so you don't get randoms messaging. Is NQ into our 30-second opening range low. Just trying to find acceptance back in. So far rejecting. Need to see a bit more. Potential for sellers to be off sides down into that 30.5, 31 area. As long as we can hold that base. And we're looking for a push above and hold.
US 30-year fixed rate mortgages 6.82% April 4th week.
Yeah, man,
versus
Taiwan's getting wrecked right now.
6.79% the previous week.
Poor guys. Vincent, finally. Talking about UAPs. There's probably a re-entry, kids, if we get over that 75.42. That's just a double top potential here at the highs. So the seller definitely up here at 75.42. Might need to see a steeper pullback down to like still in like strong trend, but we do have some structure that we can fill below. That dotted line that's blue I just made for a potential equal high here, which is so far playing with both of these moves having zero structure. We know our basing is down here though. I think that was a pretty solid stop out though. Seems like you're running it a bit tight, but I mean, regardless, solid profits.
Fed's barking says he is optimistic, keeping rates somewhat restrictive and camera flow return to inflation target. And Barkin says early 2024 data is less encouraging and raises issues of whether outlook is shifting. And it's smart for the US bank to take our time on interest rate cuts.
Got
But
this
he says he is
Fed
optimistic,
speaking.
keeping
Just,
rates somewhat restrictive and can return to the inflation target. Barkin also
Careful.
says tight Fed policy will eventually slow the economy further, but that doesn't mean painful
we'd love
job
to
losses
see this
or in a
36
less
hold.
vulnerable economy. And Barkin says optimists could see a soft landing ahead given economic strength. Pessimists could note signs of weakening demand or evidence of persistent inflation. And Barkin says Fed officials are all looking at the same data, but it is easy to draw different conclusions. And he says we are still looking for slowdown in reported inflation to sustain and broaden.
Oh, I should mark the URL here. Sorry, I'm trying to manage both charts. This is where we are. .304 is your 30-second opening range low.
In 10 minutes' time at 12:15 p.m. Eastern, we expect comments from Fed Barkin, who will deliver a new speech on his economic outlook to the Home Building Association of Richmond. We have just had the text release, and there will be a Q&A.
5150 is your opening range high on your 30-second on NQ. Love to see acceptance above that. We are back to our pivot here on the Russell at this 19.1. Move your stops up. Understand that we want the price to be able to now build inside of this opening range on everything. Good shit, Rory. That's a pass on the eval. Here. Good shit. We have a lot of liquidity being offered here on NQ at this 52 to 54 area. Expect this to just kind of be short-term resistance until we see that guy either get filled or pull. Love to see that, Kowalski. I mean, not that it was a tough day, but that you still are profitable with a 35% win rate. I love that. Tells me everything I need to know. Yeah, and do you see where the bounce happened, kids? At that LVN? So we can use these as like small little auction pivots. You're retesting that 175.42. I think that's great, Roy. That's going to be like, I think growth is going to happen as soon as you're like honest with yourself and honest with everyone else, right? Like you have some accountability. It's so helpful, honestly. Keeping it all in is hard. There's no reason for it, right? This makes everything so much worse. I saw a really good quote the other day. If I can find it. Yeah, it's a banger. Our next PT move stops up. We should get momentum as long as the Russell is the ability to push. So we have value high up at 20.5. Just looking for acceptance now at our 30-second opening range highs. This is the Russell 30-second mid, right at 19. Actually, really at 20. So we're just looking to see if we can build above this, and then we have room to push. This is ES retesting our opening range high as supportive at 307s.
In 5 minutes' time at 12:15 p.m. Eastern, we expect comments from Fed's Barkin, who's delivering a new speech on his economic outlook to the Home Building Association of Richmond. We have had the text release and there is a Q&A expected. Fed's Barkin says keeping rates somewhat restrictive, inflation can hit 2%, and expects higher rates will eventually slow the economy further.
GG's, boys. Yeah, definitely a solid trade. It seems like things are gonna like short-term top anyways. So just need to see if we can build at our opening range highs. The Russell can make it back up to value high, but I think that this is definitely a great area to just watch to see if things can build out up here. Really nice node to play off of on NQ that we're trying to develop out. ES has some room, just like no structure. NQ much better structure. Just waiting on the Russell to find this low off of the rejection of our previous POC. Yeah, RTY definitely has some room if we can hold 17 to like 15.8. It's just basically we have a huge opening range on RTY. This is our 30-second opening range. 22.7 is our high. Our mid is like this 20, this 19.8, and then our low is at 17.2. So right now you're just oscillating in your bottom half of this range. It just might need to build out a bit. I think everything just needs a bit of time for structure. You had to squeeze just from those idiots at the lows having 0 follow through. Then we got our push up, back up to retest the highs. Now we just need to build out a bit. Again, like NQ just holding our 30-second opening range high right now. Later, Koski. I don't know if I'm going to stay for the full session, so I'm going to have to talk after hours, so I might at least just mute and let Mario speak for the second half. I can stay streaming, but I'm like actually losing my voice. And we have class after hours, so might give it a bit of a rest. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stay streaming, Nick. There's no reason not to. I just need to rest my voice a bit. I'll type on charts. I'll be in Discord posting charts as well. And then I'll talk if I really need to. But I'm just gonna like go make some tea when Mario gets on, and we can reevaluate for the rest of the day. Then I just clean this up. I can post a better version. Oh, you guys love the midday slowdown? It's just wonderful. Kiz, have you tried the arc thrower? I heard they nerfed it. As well as the pump. The arc thrower? They need to stop nerfing things and just make other things better. The worst thing a dev can do is just nerf the things that people like. Actually, brain dead. Just make everything else better. What are you doing? That makes sense, especially with them having like the red dot, the eye was their weakness. That's stupid. Like we're not in armor. Yeah, that's definitely the next pass is what it sounds like. That's the semi-auto? I don't think I've tried that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Oh, I'm glad they made that better. The spray and pray fire or whatever.
In 10 minutes time at 12:45 p.m. Eastern, we have Fed's Goolsby speaking, who's participating in a moderated Q&A at the Multi-Chamber Economic Outlook Luncheon and Expo. There is text and Q&A expected.
Yeah, next to our next pivot. Just looking for it to build up here, and then we can trade up to I don't know, another 50 cents. Primary target, of course, being up here. I didn't realize they increased that. Holy shit. Level 93. What? I think it was still like 45, man. There's just nothing to do. I know all my other stuff was maxed. It's like, okay, do I just increase to increase? Yeah, the economy's a bit scuffed. It'd be cool if you could trade in super samples for super credits. Like the pink ones, or uranium. Like there should be a reason for endgame to play. for like end game players. Yeah. Good luck. Not much to say, guys, which is why I'm just talking talk. We're waiting for the Russell to probably come down to this 15.5, 16 area. ES sideways, looking like Globex. Probably needs to come back down to our value high for a retest. If this 30-second opening 30-second opening range low does not hold. We're looking for either a lift above 307s and holds, or a push back down to 302, 301-ish for a liquidity grab and then a continuation. But really just building out here. It's lunch. Price action slowed down. Volatility slowed down. We're still holding in a pretty bullish pattern. I don't see a reason to be bearish as of yet, but I would like to see the Russell get the hell out of this range. NQ back up to target off the hold of 51 to 48. Just need to see acceptance over 61 for continuation. We can start to retest to see if we can break the highs at 68. Really, again, just slower price action. Lunch, Fed speaker soon.
In 5 minutes' time at 12:45 p.m. Eastern, we expect comments from Fed's Goolsby, who's participating in a moderated Q&A at the Multi-Chamber Economic Outlook Luncheon and Expo. Text and Q&A are both expected.
Hello, guys.
Go.
What is up? Looks like you're finally getting some nice rotations.
Yeah, slowed down a bit, but I like where we're building. It's good.
We are moving in normal market hours. That is always a good thing.
Can you talk again?
Hello?
Right, I had you down at 70, adjusting volume.
Hmm.
I don't know why I had you. Or... I was so close to swinging full size last night. Should have.
Yeah, it's like in the evening you.
I was so close. Is what it is.
Whenever I swing short-dated stuff like that, Kiz, I'm generally
1
right.
minute remaining.
Oh my goodness. But then I just get destroyed by theta and make like no money.
Good morning, Mario.
Hello.
Did you get any snow by you?
No.
I got like half a foot here. It's wild.
I hate it, man. What is this?
Did you get snow?
No, but like
Tristan?
it's close enough for, like, the temperature is low enough for it to make sense. We just been getting rain and then it's just like 35 to 40 degrees. It's like, okay. And then at night it freezes over and then it's just mud.
10 seconds.
Done with it. I'm gonna have a space heater on until June. You have news in 10 seconds.
Fed Sparking says no case to be made that 2% inflation is not achievable. Adhering to that target has brought benefits. Fed Sparking says no interest in backing off the 2% target.
This seller might be cooked at 55s on NQ. See how they react up here at the highs at 63. But we have like two POC shifts, like at the lows, sell side imbalances, and then a strong buyer tempting at that 54. Doesn't look terrible. We just need to see if this absorption is going to continue happening up here at 63s. I need ES out of this 1.5 point range. What I really need.
Yeah, we gotta. It would be nice to look into this upper sell side node more strongly.
NQ is giving you like 25 point ranges. ES is trading at actually a 1.5 points. Ugh. Classic. Yeah, man, Tesla's just up. Just going. I think your first like real resistance again is up at that 77 50 area. But if we can get back into that balance, there's room. If I had to guess, what's gonna have to happen is you're gonna have to see the Russell do a dip like this and then get a buy. Probably gonna have to see yes, get a dip, and then do a recovery like that. Just because we've sat here for so long. So if buyers can't just immediately push us over 307s, I think we have to retest this liquidity below from this previous buy. Grab some sell off sides and then pop, which is what I have in our plan here. It's like either we hold that value edge, that 301 to like 302. I should really say 302 to 303 really. It's just like this little point. This dips below, then we can reoffer down to 98s. But I think we go for liquidity for a push back up. That's this only makes sense if 307s don't just become supportive. We'll have to see, but it's whenever we chop like this, it always feels like a pullback is inevitable. Go for liquidity. Unless we see like a seller get trapped It just feels inevitable. Feels inevitable. And FYI, like I'm not suggesting you go short here. I'm saying that if a pullback happens, expect buy side to be present in these areas. And as long as we're still maintaining our ORL on ES and our ORH NQ, right? Like there's what are you doing? But like if we do see that shift, that dip below, that's where I would be looking at those pullbacks, just as I've drawn. I will
In 10 minutes time,
never
at
suggest
1 p.m.
you
Eastern, we
to
expect
short a
comments
slow
from Fred
market.
Goolsby, who's participating in a moderated Q&A at the multi-chamber economic outlook luncheon and expo. Text and Q&A both expected.
Sitting in a short trade for 40 minutes waiting for validation is actually hell. If the short will happen, right, you'll get a secondary leg with speed, and then you can play that. Don't limit yourself by locking yourself into a position when we're ranging 2-point range. Along the press market's fine. As long as you have someone to participate, right? Just buy the pullbacks. You want speed, man. Speed. On either side. You want someone showing a directional position with acceleration. This is just like rotating ticks. We want follow through and speed, so we can clearly know if we're wrong or right quickly. Imagine trying to like short here and you're just now like trapped at break even or down for actually an hour. The same thing for longs, like if you're just trying to long off this and not playing it, just like it's rough. Not worth the mental capital. NQ coming up into target though. That's 67, 68 area, retesting our highs off the hold of our 30-second opening range and our value high PVT at 48. I'm just not even. Maybe I label it so people pull back. And look, I'll change the color to purple. Now you know that's to do with that line.
Huge.
In 5 minutes' time at 1 p.m. Eastern, we expect comments from Fed's Goolsby, who participates in a moderated Q&A at the multi-chamber Economic Outlook Luncheon and Expo. Text and Q&A both
Good name.
expected.
Netflix going 647, bounced off 635 resistance. Looking like... Check it out. Man, do you see what I mean by that 94 level though? When you were asking about being able to play these levels for higher time frame stuff. Like our main pivots are still our hard selection. Right? That 94 hold incredibly important, giving you the opportunity to swing. All right, let me check out. I used to play Netflix so much here, man. Ooh. Break of those highs, not bad. Where are we in? This looks like a great swap patient play I've ever seen. Yeah. Sometimes you can just see it.
Nice little look down in through the low volume node on ES. There is liquidity here.
One minute remaining.
If that was enough at 302.25, or if we have one more leg down. Watching the Russell here at the lows. Do another bounce off our 3-second opening range. If we can't get back over 304s, I think that there's actually one more. But we'll have to see. No change. Watching the Russell at these lows.
Fed's Barkin says conceivable that 2% target is met without shelter inflation returning to what were considered normal levels.
1000%. Hmm. I feel like Tesla would have been on a low pretty early, level-wise.
They have
Pretty
once
good.
again delayed Fed Goolsby's speech
Oh my
to 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time.
110. All right.
Fed's Barkin says it's more than conceivable that Fed returns to 2% target without a substantial rise in unemployment.
Slight lower low here on Russell into this imbalance.
There's our second leg off the rejection of 304s. Russell coming down into our 1550. So we can start to look interested if Russell is able to find a low here. Not probably another push down to 14.1. But I'd want to see 15.5 hold. I want to see a strong bid for it to be valid on ES as well. The liquidity grab that I have drawn. Waiting for Russell to show a buyer. Break of our value low here.
In 5 minutes' time at 1:10 p.m. Eastern, we expect comments from Fed's Goolsby, who speaks in a moderated Q&A at the multi-chamber economic outlook luncheon and expo. Text and Q&A both expected.
ES is showing a somewhat responsive bid, but they're not really willing to take yet. Just sitting, kind of absorbing. Obviously, a Russell into this VWAP or L area. Still holding, but same kind of deal.
Up sauce.
One minute remaining.
A lot of volume. Yeah. Keep an eye on this 304. We need to see a push back over for the pullback to make sense, or it will be our offer and then continuation down. So big test here. Same thing for the Russell at 1550 off the hold of our 14-1.
10 seconds.
News in 10 seconds.
Fed Goolsby says housing inflation, my most valuable indicator for the immediate future. And if housing inflation does not come down, it would be very difficult to return inflation to 2%. And Goolsby says, I had been expecting it to come down more quickly than it has. And that the biggest danger to inflation picture is continued high inflation in housing services. And the last 2 months of inflation data are bump and can't write it off as purely noise. Fed Goolsby also says inflation in core services, excluding houses, has come down more than expected, and risks to inflation and employment mandates have moved into better balance. And Goolsby says, I will be watching inflation developments closely, and if we stay restrictive for too long, we will likely see employment begin to deteriorate.
So just an update from the chart that I gave before while we're looking at this 304. We had this area below us marked as a potential liquidity grab off of a failure in that chopping range. We need to see 304s become supportive again for potential for a push to that 307, just acceptance back into our 30-second opening range. Failure to hold at the 301.75, 302.75 area that we were talking about, then probably results in a pushback down to 98s, 89s. Watching the Russell here, see if we get that acceptance. They keep flashing liquidity at 12.4 on RTY. Surely we don't have to go all the way down.
I see. I think it's like 100 contracts sitting there.
Yeah, they've been doing it all day.
Qatar sets main
215s.
marine crude OSP at Oman, Dubai plus 65 cents a barrel. Land crude OSP at Oman, Dubai plus 40 cents a barrel according to the pricing document. Shortly expecting the Fed reverse repo operation. .66 counterparties take 438.764 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation, and Fed Goolsby is now speaking live.
So large. Nah, just lunch. Classic. It's moving really nicely earlier. A lot of people, I think, had great mornings. Seemed like it.
Feel like up through like mid March, we weren't slowing down so much into lunch, and then like halfway through month, it just got nasty.
Yeah. Can you not? Hello? Update them. How was work? Looked like you were on the laptop station today. Easy day?
Fed Scooby says housing inflation has to come down, and I still think it will. And Goolsby said if it doesn't, that is a threat to our 2% target.
Q look through LVN there in the daily open. Note edge below. Yes, still holding range. Higher lows on RTY. Like to see a lift pretty soon here. I don't know if it's gonna happen. And pretty soon is in the next like 15 minutes.
Yo, what's up, man? Just waiting for these pullbacks to be over. Or acceptance and some speed in the other direction. I don't care. Just give me movement. On ES. And Q. I think it can. Might have to see a bit more of an extended pullback first today, and then we can go for it. Just seems like we're seeking for liquidity right
And a
now.
half till new half hours.
But I'm not bearish at all. Just seems like a bit of a slowdown, same as yesterday. After the push back up. If I had to guess, the Russell's gonna have to come down to this green zone first before we see the market pop. Yeah. I was so close to swinging overnight, man, from the lows, and I just couldn't be bothered to stay up and watch it, so closed, but kind of annoyed. I had like 5 ES at the lows from close yesterday. Sold into aftermarket, but, you know, it is what it is. Would have been nice to wake up and just go back to sleep.
Policy, so the question is how long we stay there.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good. I just didn't want to have to potentially close out overnight because of the London boys.
Fed Goolsby says we want to be more convinced we're on the path to 2%.
It was a low tick of day there. Only just like negative 500 though. Nothing substantial, but still worth noting.
This is where I start to get interested. If buyers are going to hold, I want to see them start to bid here soon. As Russell approaches our level. See if that was enough for RTY or if we have this last leg. Came down to that liquidity at 12.4 NQ, bottom of our 30-second ORL. So busy. We need Tesla to be able to pierce over this 76.26 and then make it supportive. We want upside. This will just be our pivot forever. Still waiting on the Russell to show if it wants to hold this. Stack buy at the low. Potentially one more leg down if we can't. See a significant bid step in here soon.
Russell looking back into ORL here. NQ daily open.
Liftoff of Mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
The I don't know why you get on this time of day and expect something crazy. Have you guys have you not learned this lunch, man? You get your reaction, come back at 2 for the next PVZ to open. Got 30 minutes. Oh yeah, what are those 2 words? Where I start to get curious on Tesla, if we can hold this fixed range here, the highs at 175.32, get a bid, push back up, or if we're gonna have to retrace steeper. This is our like first look.
POC
Yeah,
on ES.
this is the first move from the failure at value high. If this plays out like it played out yesterday, everything just comes back down to like our VWAPs. We see a buy, we wait for the Russell to actually come back down to value. We get the pop. Failure, right? It's just going to be oscillation of the range at the, from this morning. Hopefully we don't have to do that.
Acceleration through POC there. Testing weekly POC, daily value low ES now. RTY imbalance down through 210, 21, 10 half. See if I can speak numbers.
Full value rotation. Russell finally into that liquidity. Big test, big test. Oh, man. Your full retrace is now complete on NQ. Back down to our 501, 510. Again, if the Russell can bottom out here, I'm interested. If it can't, then we have the gap below from RTH. But we've done full reversions. Still watching Tesla here, seeing if this will hold for that push over 76.26. Or if this fails, we look for that push below 74, 75, and then push down. I mean, break back into balance, right? You come back down to value low. That's why we had the plan out. But at this point, it's just runners for shorts. You might have potential to reload if we like start to show acceptance below 94s and then reoffer and see like a strong hold. But at this point, like it's, you know, we're back to value low. Either value shifts or we continue to trade in balance. Acceptance back in. Value will push us back up. Let's see.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Mester, who speaks on the economic outlook in a virtual event. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A. And we expect comments from Fed's Kashkari, who joins the LinkedIn Live for a wide-ranging discussion around the economy, the impact of inflation and the pandemic, and private credit and regulation. Again, no text expected, but there will be a Q&A.
If you're trading the same NQ range from earlier today, off of the 501, 510 holds, this is your first risk off into 1875. Push above this, we trade back up to our 27, 33. It's the same range as before. It's the exact same. Just gonna scroll back to it so we see it. See how we reacted here the last time.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Mester, who speaks on the economic outlook in a virtual event. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A. We also expect comments from Fed's Kashkari, who joins the LinkedIn Live for a wide-ranging discussion around the economy, the impact of inflation and the pandemic, and private credit and regulation. Again, no text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
This 86, 85 area. It's our like monthly value high, last week POC, coming into an edge of this bottom distribution and upper balance as well. And you have an imbalance filled through 84 quarter. Your Globex POC is 83s. So a lot of kind of value in this 2-point range here on ES.
Shortly expecting comments from Fed's Mester and Fed's Kashkari. Blinken says US policy will change if Israel doesn't change course.
Ask willing to come down here into 86. Need a big take. Really back like up over 90. Kind of like cross market check-in as well. So all three indices here are back into last week's POC. So big bounce test across the board. Just run through those again. 87 quarter ES, 2108 RTY, and 18491 NQ.
Fed Scoresby says things have moved sideways on inflation. And Goolsby says in March I jotted down 2 rate cuts this year. And Mester says, now I think growth this year will be above trend. Goolsby says, but if inflation continues to move sideways, it makes me wonder if we should cut rates at all this year.
Potential to trap some sellers here, but like I just said, we need a pretty big take and lift. If we can't
Brent
get this
crude oil
bid,
hits $90 a barrel for the first time since October.
this ES bid does not come
Mester
through.
says I'm seeing
Oh my
moderating
goodness.
demand with restrictive policy.
My turn. I'd be looking down into yesterday's high and this lower Globex structure. Again, Globex PO3 83 yesterday, high 80.
Mester says I don't think the disinflation pace this year will match last year. And Mester says, I expect progress towards 2% inflation to continue. Fed's Mester
There's your
says, I do
80.
anticipate we'll be in a position to lower the Fed funds rate later this year. Fed's Kashkari saying,
my
"It's
goodness.
possible the Fed won't cut this year if inflation stalls."
I literally cannot talk today. This guy is just really ruining it. Offer has dropped down into 80 now. Same thing. If you cannot reclaim past auction up over 85, we're looking 74s next for a second leg. Or next leg, not
Fed's
second.
Mester says, I expect to be in a position to cut rates later this year.
Talking is hard when this guy's just going crazy.
Fed's Kashkari says, I wrote down 2 rate cuts in the March projection. Fed's Mester says, I need more evidence inflation is moving down. And Kashkari says, the question of why cut rates if the economy remains strong.
Or channel Tom.
Fed's Kashkari says, I don't see any reason why when we can cut the federal funds rate, we can't continue with our balance sheet plan.
We into these 74s here. Lex value low. Yesterday's upper
Fed's Mester
distribution
says
node
we should
edge.
think about cutting rates as inflation falls.
We continue this trend. 70 is your next risk off again. Have Globex low into 67. 70 is yesterday's POC node. No longs until clear higher high, higher low.
Fed's Mester says, I want a couple of more months to assess the data on inflation. Fedsmester says my long-term neutral estimate was raised to 3% from 2.5% in last month's SEPs.
NQ traders, 16. Yesterday, RTH POC, 14. Yesterday, Globex value low. Getting that test right now. ES coming into Globex lows once again. Russell, very similar, where we're trading under Globex POC. Not quite to value low. You're looking for 2100, 2099 there. The sellers are a selling. Do not even think about a long until you see a liquidity level reclaimed and a higher low put in, please.
Fed's Mester says the wage inflation gap has narrowed but still persists.
Failure at 60. You have your next primary node structure down into 55s here. Ask is still just pounding away.
So the S&P 500 showing weakness since the Fed speakers have started, currently down at 0.07%.
I don't think that helped at all, kids. If we go look at our higher time frame too, I mean, all we've done is look into our upper balance, go test seller value, and then, believe it or not, there were still sellers there. Buyers got weary off news, but structurally speaking, like, yes, this move is now, it feels fast, it was fast, it is fast, but nothing is really kind of out of the out of the ordinary, unexpected. This is not like a limit down move.
Fed's Kashkari says there's still no legitimate use case for Bitcoin.
That's funny.
Fed's Mester says the Fed is well positioned to respond to both sides of the mandate.
What's your zero tick test here? Structurally, ES wise, you want to see like 65, 67 reclaimed and a really strong bid popped in there. I'm still staying away from longs until I see a level get reclaimed and a higher low put in. Not trying to catch a knife today. NQ guys, you're looking back kind of into this 15. So yesterday's POC node, overnight value low. Russell here. This 99 to 2100 we talked about. If we can see bids come up over yesterday's high again, 2101. I would not be surprised if we see all three names kind of do those moves together. We're looking into that 65 right now and that 101. NQ, bit of a lag. But underlines look okay. All those pivots very reactive on sell side.
Fedsmaster says if we slow the quantitative tightening runoff, there's less likelihood of running into a September 2019 situation. And Mester says I'd be comfortable reducing the pace of runoff soon.
As continuation, I'd like to see us clean up these VPOCs from Tuesday. You're looking at 43-44 range. Globex Tuesday to Wednesday was very balanced. course. It better be cool though. Oh, what? Dude, excuse you. Buddy. No, I can't ignore anything. I can't even see anything. Here is VPOC cleanup. Tuesday value low into 40.
NYMEX diesel May futures settle at $2.74 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at $2.79 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $86.59 a barrel. That's up $1.16 or 1.36%. NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at $1.77.
I would be surprised if, as we trade down into 30s, preferably 30 flat on ES, if we don't start to see some reprieve now. Kind of happening as I speak. Still need to see a higher high, higher low for any substantial longs, but this is quite a major level now. We've taken out our weekly low.
The Dow and S&P 500 extend declines. Nasdaq turns lower. Last down 0.3%.
Buyers can get up and hold 40 here. I would expect us to trade to 47. And that will be our higher high. Need to build into yesterday's structure. Or else I see this continuing. Balance fill through 52.18. Like I just said previously, this 52.30 is a pretty important level, higher time frame wise, as well as a substantial node edge. If we fail that edge, that's where we get into our kind of 20 distribution below. People remember from the newsletter, under 52.30, 52.07, still a VPOC too clean. Wow, we're starting to see some reprieve. That was a really large take off 40 there on the reclaim. Like I said, if it holds bids, would not be surprised if we trade into 47s here, 47, 48, and then we observe what it looks like. Here's 47s. It's testing yesterday's range. Yesterday's low. Any sell side pressure, you want to see 40s or above continue to bid. Watching these 40s.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Brent crude futures settle at $90.65 a barrel. That's up $1.30 or 1.45%.
Back to the lows after a failure at 47. And then quick trade through 40. Ask is dropping now into 32s. Once again, you have imbalance fills here down through 20. Which primary edge. Well on higher time frame. 18 to 20. Your next kind of downside look. Still watching this 40. Liquidity on the ask, just under 36 here. Big take once again.
Treasuries extend gains, 2 to 10-year yields reach day's low.
You gotta remember, eyes on 18 to 20. Strong continuation is going to want to see this 30 reoffer really push away. Another lower low. Just like, I would say just like super respect the range sauce. Like here. Yeah, I do not disagree with Sig there as well. Like, this was my last trade in this area so far. And like, I'm just waiting for this reoffer off pivot and then just like quick into downside pivots to take size off. And when I see what I want, I'm adding on and then just closing into a known area. And then if we get the leg, that's awesome. We'll get a reoffer and just do it again. And like, that doesn't look like much on that, but that's, you know, 9 points on like 4 contracts. So that's like $1,500. You know what I mean? It's more about just like respecting range and being like very, I don't want to use the word patient, but it's like there's a strong like confidence in entry and quick to cut when wrong. And then just respect range. It's like, I can show it to you on this too. Like, look at this reoffer. I mean, that was the trade, right? That I showed about in the pink.
US stocks extend fall, Dow Jones down 1%.
Here is your tag into 20. Once again, reminder, higher time frame edge 18 here trading. That's imbalance filled. Context. Think like I because this is like the time like when I get on and I've seen like a lot of questions or like confusions or like even complaining about this. Um, just some context on like how I view it coming into the market around like right before lunch. Generally, when I get on, I have a 30-minute time frame from 11:30 Central to noon where I'll probably get a rotation offered, and then it's 30 minutes to 45 minutes of observing structure and seeing if there is like one side taking control in the generally low vol, and then the hour like when lunch ends, so 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern, is when you get
Dollar
your
yen
secondary
edge is
move.
lower. Last down 0.29% at 151.275.
And that wasn't like directly at URM, but I think there's like, if you understand that we have like those two areas where like you're probably gonna get a trade from 11:30 to noon Central, and you're probably gonna get a trade at 1 Central. Do your time zone changes for that stuff. But the time in between there is more to observe and build than really like look for opportunities. You might get one lunchtime opportunity, but it's not like the morning where you're getting trades offered every 15 minutes, every, sometimes less, sometimes more, right? You're probably getting a trade every like 8 to 30 minutes. And if you can like just change that mindset during that time, it can be really beneficial for building theses into the afternoon. Where it doesn't become beneficial is when you like get tilted about things slowing down and that you're not getting the move you want instantly, and etc etc. Then you generally are gonna have a bad afternoon when things switch back. As long as you have an understanding of what should be going on and use it to build your afternoon thesis, it can be very beneficial. And I talk about this a lot too, but I do think it's a really important skill to be able to sit and watch and not do anything. It really helps train your brain to be objective and not a monkey. Little for everyone hanging out still. Precursor for class today. I was thinking about doing some trade reviews today, but based on this sell, I'm thinking we get into trade debate replay mode and we look at a couple of these like pauses into continuation and really focus on our footprint charts with it and just see like the interaction between buyers and sellers and what it looks like when we get these bounces and what it looks like when we're getting continuation to try to help build some of that pattern recognition for you guys. And then just establish like rebid reoffer levels real time where we don't really have structure to build off of, but really utilizing footprint and our kind of like delta by prices to show these areas where someone gets offside and then punished. So that is what I'm thinking. Now we can save some of the trade reviews for the future. I think it would be nice since it'll be very fresh in everyone's brain. Do not have much to say here market-wise, guys. Basically same thing. We look for these 1820 whole bid. We want to look up towards 30. There is over 1,000 contracts stacked on 25. Oh yeah, with 18 to 25, and lift on 25 look 30. Failure at 15, we can look 10s. That's about it. Things are slowing down a bit here. In terms of range, not really. I mean, yes, in terms of volume as well, but...
So Treasuries pushed to fresh highs of the day in late US session amid heightened geopolitical concerns after Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said his country will operate against Iran and its proxies and will hurt those who seek to harm it. Subsequent risk-off moves saw stocks tumble to fresh lows, while WTI crude oil futures rose sharply through $87 a barrel.
We're watching this 20 for a reoffer. Liquidity still sitting on 25.
Ahead of the cash equity close, the S&P 500 was around 0.8% lower. After trading higher over the US morning session, dollar yen was also knocked to lows of the day as treasury yields sank.
for dropping down in this 15.75. There is our trade through 10s. It's our next downside target. Once again, this 5207, very important level, VPOC cleanup from March 19th. That cleans up all
US stocks
downside.
extend full,
V
S&P 500 and
pops.
Nasdaq down 1%.
Seeing some two-sided trading down here.
Bank of Japan's Governor Ueda says the chance of sustainably and stably reaching the Bank of Japan's 2% inflation target is in sight and likely to keep heightening, according to Asahi newspaper. And Ueda says the Bank of Japan will adjust the level of interest rates in accordance to distance towards sustainably and stably achieving 2% inflation. Ueda says whether to raise interest rates again this year will be dependent on data. Continuator says if FX moves appear to have impact on wage inflation cycle in a way that is hard to ignore, we could respond via monetary policy.
Another chunk of buy-side liquidity taken there. Let's just see on the bid. 5 minutes off of our last 15. 20 minutes left on the day. Liquidity here into 05. Obviously, last 15's just opened about 20 seconds ago. It'll be in the Discord, Darian. Yep. That was full take there into 05. Obviously, a bid kind of fell away after the take.
Early market on close. Sorry, that's market on close imbalance. 3.3 billion to the buy side.
Back testing into this imbalance. 07 to 10. Clears through 15. We saw a lot of liquidity on 15, 10 minutes on the day.
According to ICI, money market asset hits a record $6.11 trillion in the week to April 3rd.
I think that it's more likely to balance. We can bounce higher, like towards 20, like Zig just said, but I do not really see us making a large degree move here. Like 30s, that 25 to 30 zone. If you can't like even get over and hold 07 though, we should just expect to trade under 5180 and retest those past buyers, preferably 5170. Three seconds. Sellers still pushing into these lows. All right, guys. Well, there's the day. All you middayers wanting some speed and action, there you go. Sell anywhere. Basically okay. All right. I'm gonna go get some food, and I will see you guys in a half hour. Please come with some kind of questions today, and be ready to interact. All right. Goodbye. I will see you soon.
In 30 minutes, we're doing a aftermarket class, going over some footprint and the sell-off today. So if you are interested at all in learning about footprint, we're going to do some live replay of some of the stuff that we talked about and some of the trades we went over. Hopefully charts were good into the afternoon and you made some money. Other than that, I will see you all in 30 minutes. I'm actually going to end the stream, and then 4:30 Eastern, so 30 minutes from now, I will start a new stream and it will be open. Feel free to join us in Discord so you can ask questions. I doubt I will be looking at YouTube chat all that much. I'll try to keep an eye on it, but Discord chatters come first. It will be in the Tendy Shop channel, but I will be live, I promise. So just look forward to the stream in about 30 minutes. We're going to take a break, let our dogs out, get some food. We'll be back at it. All right, I'll see you all in a bit.